A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcoming you all to the Super 30 Champions Trophy season number 10, a successful season number 10 of this 30 overs cricket tournament, where 7 teams have participated in this high clash, where Captains 11 were the table toppers, 6 matches, 5 victories, and 1 losing game. They've been straight away promoted themselves up to the finals. Whereas on the other hand, we had 2 teams with a tough spot, where Trunk Sports had 8 points in the second position and Cornerstone Cricket Academy were also at 8 points in the second position, and that's where this run rate came in position. They played eliminator, on which Cornerstone Cricket Academy have beaten up their competitor in the eliminator and eventually got themselves up promoted to the finals, who were at the third position but still able to make it to the big stages, the finals here, to face Captains 11. Captains 11 and Cornerstone Cricket Academy have faced off each other in the league phase as well. And yes, Cornerstone have lost that game. That's the only game Captains 11 batted second, and they had chased down the target of 200 comfortably to beat Cornerstone Cricket Academy. But today is a different kind of pressure, different kind of situation. Even though Cornerstone once again bats first today, there you could see on the picture, the batters of Cornerstone Cricket Academy have been padded up. Janaki Raman have also been padded up, and Captains 11 wicketkeeper have been padded up. So it's pretty sure that Captains 11 are bowling first for the only second time in this tournament. That comes against the same opposition, but the first time they won the game, but today it's the second time, a different pressure, a big final. Will be a different situation altogether. But before that, we'll begin with the national anthem.
भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे.
That's the trophy you're watching on the visuals. For that's what both the sides are fighting for each other. More than that, it's the pride to win a game in this 30 overs cricket tournament. There are plenty of cricketers who've been part of many tournaments of white jersey. Very good talents to watch out for. 2 good teams who've done so well in this tournament so far have been facing off each other. A different pressure for Captains 11. Only twice, in fact only once, they have batted second out of their 6 league matches. From match number 1, they had batted first and eventually made to win the game. 33 run difference against Rebel Stars, 40 runs difference against Muscle Warriors, 56 runs difference against Trunk Sports, and 177 runs. Massive victory against Aristocats. The only time they lost in this tournament was against Challengers 11 when they batted first. But today they're batting second. A different role, not much exposure to that, but only once they did it really well. They bowled out the opposition for 199 and eventually chased down the target comfortably. A pretty much good batters to watch out for, especially Janaki Raman is a good prospect. We've seen him scoring fastest 50 of this tournament in one of those league matches. Will be expected to put some high show performance with the ball and with the bat as well. But as of now, they'll be focusing much with the ball, in fact with the bat, as Cornerstone have to put that in control. Balamurugan, being the leading run scorer of the tournament, is from that side. Cornerstone Cricket Academy, 364 runs with an average of 60, will be expected to perform in high standards today, because these key performers, if they perform well under pressure, the team will start to do well. Janaki Raman is in good form, that's a good sign for them. And along with that, there is one more good prospect, John Matthew. Played all the 6 matches, 196 runs with an average of 28 and strike rate of 110. These were the batters to watch out for, especially Balamurugan. He scored most of the runs in this tournament for his side, and that's why the team got into this comfortable position. Veera's a good prospect. Srivats did well a couple of times, and Kishore is a good all-round commodity that you can use at certain stages of the game. On the other hand, Captain Slavan, bowling second for the very second time, will be expected to stop the opposition as early as possible. This is a 30 overs cricket match. Keeping wickets in control matters a lot. The more you pick wickets, the more you can come into the game. It's not just about those thickish outside edges going for boundary and eventually the bowling unit faces the pressure. It's not that way how it works. It's a 30 overs cricket format where even if some lucky boundaries go on the batter's way, if you pick the wicket at right point of time, you can take things under control. Getting into the wicket columns, there are few good bowlers who did well for Captain's 11, especially M. Vijay. He's among the leading wicket takers with 11 wickets on his name. If he pick up 2 wickets today, he'll be the leading wicket taker of the tournament as well, averaging 15 with an economy of 7.73. There is one more prospect, Vicky Chandran, who picked up a couple of wickets as well. It's also important to focus on the other factors like the economy. That's how the combination of bowlers use it to work. It's not that wicket that defines the quality of a bowler all the time. It's sometimes you set things up for your partner and your partner eventually ends up getting the wicket. This happened so many times in cricket. We've seen Glenn McGrath, Brett Lee combination. We recently saw the way how spinners have dominated Noor Ahmed and Akil Hussain together for Chennai Super Kings. Whenever they bowled together, one set things up and the other started picking up wickets. So that's how combination of bowling works. So you cannot figure out the ability of a bowler or the performance of a bowler just with the wicket column, because it's shareable, sometimes to the fielder who caught the ball, sometimes to the bowler who set the pressure on the previous over. End of the day, it's teamwork. And the venue looks good. The weather changes slightly. It's breezy today. Outfield looks so good as usual in white jersey. Wicket looks fresh. A proper ambience to begin things off in a red ball cricket match. Wearing the whites, the 30 overs format takes you back to a longer format vibes of playing ODI cricket. But that's the way how this format has to be handled. It's slightly tricky format. You should know when you should treat this as a T20 format and you should know when you should treat this as an ODI format. If that clarity is that, they can eventually make things off. You cannot just treat this as a T20 format and start going against a bowler ball after ball. Right into the first ball. Beautiful delivery to begin things off, and good way to open the account as well. He wanted the second run and he's running back for the second run. Good running between the wickets. Straight away gets off the mark with those two. That's a positive start here for Cornerstone Cricket Academy. That's what he mentioned. He played some grounded shot, soft hands, keeping wickets in control. And when there is a chance, he ran back for the second run. Janaki Raman, M. Vijay with the ball. Straight away with the key performers coming into action. Catches the call, fielder under the ball. And that's taken at the deeper third man. Janaki Raman disappointed, but M. Vijay smiles with clarity that he knows this is going to happen. Disappointed Janaki Raman, he's still hesitating to walk away. He was not able to believe that this was being caught at the third man. Look at the delivery. The choice of bowling is interesting to watch from M. Vijay. A back of length at the fourth stump line, and the third man was standing so wider, it's almost like a deep point. Good that early breakthrough here for Captain's 11. 2 for 1. Janaki Raman couldn't make huge impact in this final, walking back to the pavilion disappointed. Now M. Vijay is the joint leading wicket taker of this tournament with his 12 wickets. Especially the performance comes on a high pressure game. When a player is known for his performance throughout the tournament and that player plays for his reputation, that's most important on a final day. It's not just about the legacy and stats. The reason why we bring those legacy and stats is that these players were being able to do that so many times in the tournament. Why not today? And if that happens on that particular day as well, that's how game comes into control. On that note, M. Vijay gave a bright start to his side, joining hands with Ganesh from Trunk Sports with his 12 wickets as well. Balamurugan comes in at number 3, the leading run scorer of this tournament. Now leading run scorer faces off leading wicket taker. 364 runs with an average of 60. Such a wonderful player he was throughout the tournament. And he has a century on his name as well. 104 against Trunk Sports. Look at his numbers. 26 against Trunk Sports. 34, 83, 86, 31, 104. That's such a solid performance. The lowest score he scored in this tournament is 26. And he's already averaging 60. The reason why we speak a lot about these legacies and these numbers is that if he could replicate one of his best days today, he scored 80s couple of times, he scored a century. If he could be able to replicate those kind of quality innings today, that can really help Cornerstone Cricket Academy to be in a better position so that they can fight well against Captain's 11. The average first inning score here is 200 plus. Teams have scored 290s even. So scoring runs were never a problem, even it's a 30 overs format. There were 30 over tournaments where we've seen the average score revolves around 160 or 170, but this tournament have seen 200 plus so many times. That's why it matters a lot. Oh, wonderful delivery. Excellent delivery that is. And smart and sensible approach as well to not to touch that. If it's a threat, you can leave that. Treat it as a ODI format. If it's on your control, treat it as a T20 format. The way how you mix both into the game, you can eventually start dominating the bowlers. It's all about planning when to go for big shots, when not to go for big shots, which bowler you should take on. Oh, wonderful delivery. M. Vijay have been outstanding with his first over. Just 4 runs and one crucial wicket of a set batter. 4 for 1, Cornerstone Cricket Academy.
ஹலோ பேட்ஸ்மேனா
எல்லாம் பேட்ஸ்மேன் ஜூம் போ இன்னும் மேலே தூக்கு நல்லா ஜூம் போ ஃபுல் ஜூம் போ இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் ஜூம் ஆட்டுவா
ஓகேண்ணா
இந்த ஃப்ரேமில் ஜூம் பண்ணி ஜூம் இன் பண்ணுமா
பேட்ஸ்மேனை மட்டுமாண்ணா
நீ ஆக்சுவலி பிளேயர்ஸை ஜூம் இன் பண்ணி ஜூம் அவுட் பண்ணுறா இப்போ பால் போட வராங்க தெரியுமா ஜூம் அவுட் பண்ண நல்லா ஜூம் அவுட் ஓகேவா இப்போ பவுலர் ஓடி வரான்ல மட்டும் பிளேயர் அப்படியே ஜூம் இன் பண்ணி பால் ட்ராக் பண்ணுமா
ஓகேண்ணா
ஜூம் இன் பண்ண சொல்கிறேன் அப்படியே போடும்போது ஜூம் இன் பண்ண
இந்த மாதிரி எதுனா
பக்காடா இதே மாதிரி தான்டா
ஓகேண்ணா
சரி
Mujir Sharif into the attack. That first over was excellent from Vijay. Even the first ball deserves to be a good one, but eventually Janagiraman made it possible for 2 runs. But then came a couple of good deliveries. The wicket supports the fast bowlers as well, with a little bit extra bounce and control. And that's why he's one of the prominent bowlers of the season, having slips in position, having clear-cut control against the batter, and in a red ball, you'll always have that upper hands. Now it's all about the mindset of these 2 batters. Balamurugan and John Matthew should start showing some positive intent to the game. Inviting him forward. There wasn't much pace with Mujir Sharif comparing to M. Vijay, so he's having a different kind of approach as well. So when you try to bowl same length of M. Vijay, the batters will start attacking you, because M. Vijay was having extra pace. He's a hit the deck bowler. But with Mujir, he should tempt the batters to go for big shots. He can invite the batters to throw their bat. That could eventually help him to pick some wickets as well. That's how the combination of bowling used to work. That we spoke early in the first over as well. Combination of bowling matters. It's not just about the wicket column or the individual performance of a bowler. Sometimes the performance starts to carry forward. M. Vijay gave a positive start, and that is eventually impacting on the batter's mindset now. That helps Mujir to bowl well. If the first over went on to be expensive, the batters will be having some positive intent here, which doesn't give much better space for Mujir to bowl. That's why the partnership matters with the ball, which nobody speaks much about. There was this beautiful analysis that we mentioned in the first over as well, that whenever Noor Ahmed got a partnership with Akil Hussain, on the other end Akil Hussain is bowling, Noor Ahmed felt comfortable in picking wickets, because Akil Hussain is putting pressure on the batters. There are a couple of dot balls against Akil Hussain, so out of that pressure, batter starts doing mistakes against Noor Ahmed. And whenever Akil Hussain was not bowling on the other end, was not the part of playing 11, Noor Ahmed was struggling to pick wickets. And that's how the partnership works. Now with this, M. Vijay have picked up 1 wicket and a couple of good deliveries that threat the batters a fear of losing their wickets. Now he can eventually invite the batters for even much better deliveries. Mujir can eventually bowl for a cover drive. There is a slips in position and sweep a cover in position as well. That can eventually work. Oh, beautiful delivery. This was what we've been speaking about. There is long off and there is sweeper cover in position, so that he can take good control of. Another good over, Mujir Sharif, 7 for 1. Seven for 1. M. Vijay continues to bowl, slips in position. Oh, wonderful delivery. You throw the bat, the slip fielder is waiting to grab that catch. This is a really good battle to watch out for. All Balamurugan has to do is to stay in the crease. There wasn't a run rate pressure. There wasn't a pressure to score runs on the board. The pressure is not to lose wickets. If he keeps that in mind, They can eventually act a little disciplined and defensive against M. Vijay. And once the secondary bowlers comes in, they can start attacking. Oh, beautiful batting, Balamurugan. The art of rotating the strike, which nobody speaks much about. But while speaking about this partnership with the ball, that's a great advantage that batters could have. If two bowlers were doing really well with that combination, with one act being defensive and the other trying to invite you for big shots, if you act a little discipline and control with basics, eventually at some point of time these bowlers should be replaced. A new bowler will come in and then you can start attacking. But if you start feeling that pressure, if you start finding results in a hurry-burry approach against such good bowlers, you sometimes end up losing your wickets. That's what important. If it's a T20 format, you can take that risk because you need run rate to be in control. But now you can not keep the run rate intact. You can face a couple of dot balls and then eventually come back stronger into the game. Much better one, much better one. A little bit different approach from John Matthew comparing to Balamurugan. He's opening up his body and having a little bit of bottom hand in control. If one loose delivery being bowled onto the body line, he might dispatch it for a boundary or sixer. The threat have always been there. Free hit signals the umpire. Good try from the fielder, but anyway that's a free hit delivery. Good comeback from M. Vijay as well. That's why they're not throwing the bat. The moment he's trying to throw the bat, that eventually reaches out the slip fielder's hands. Beautiful batting that is from Balamurugan. He's having good control, playing it on top of the ball, having his head under the ball, keeping basics in control. You can eventually face these good bowlers. This is just a few minutes of hard times until this spell comes to an end. Maybe in 2 to 3 overs, M. Vijay might pass and he'll be coming back at the death overs. Then you can start scoring runs on the board. Planning is more important in 30 overs format. The dot ball to end the over. The 3 gets completed, 11 for 1. Eleven for 1. He's not ready. Back into the attack, Mujir. This time he's not having that long on in position. It's long off on sweeper cover, the one that he had on the last ball of his previous over. The aim is to invite the batter for cover drive to get some thickish outside edge, typically test match approach. And he's trying to bowl the test match line as well. And a brand new red ball. Conditions were fresh. Strong shouts from the wicket keeper. And they couldn't be able to convince the on-field umpire. And the batter looks confident. Balamurugan was pretty sure that it's not getting any thickish outside edge. It's more or less a full length delivery. Attempted Yorker. Look at that. Doesn't look out to be getting the feather of the bat, but the wicketkeeper was pretty confident. That's how the wicketkeeper should act. Change of pace from Mujir. And that's quite good under control with the way how they're going. Doesn't matter the run rate. It's 12 run in 3.2. It's always important that number that comes after 12, that one wicket column matters. Both the sides will be fighting for that. Captains 11 were aiming to get one more wicket in the power play, whereas Cornerstone were being defensive to not lose wickets early in the power play. They can eventually make up the scores. Between 11 to 20 they can start scoring. Even between 21 to 30 they can be more attacking like T20 format. Oh, beautiful. Onto the body line, invited line to score runs on the board. Just glides it behind the fine leg region for a couple of runs on the board. This is not typical length of Mujir, but he's trying to take that gamble of attacking the stumps sometimes, because when you have long off and sweeper cover in position, sometimes your mind gets fixed as a batter. He's setting this kind of field set. He's expecting us to play outside the off stump, and on the other end he's trying to bowl for cover drive one after the other. So eventually your body will fall onto the offside. You'll be having a pre-planned mindset of the ball is going to come for the cover drive. At that time, if he tries to attack the stumps, there is most possibly an LBW chance. The good running between the wickets. That's how they're trying to keep the pressure under control. But it should be surprise element. The moment he hit it for the fine leg region, now the batters are well aware that there might be something that's attacking the stumps as well. The bowling action looks so interesting, and the run-up follow-through resembles Jasprit Bumrah. Even though his bowling action is completely different, just look at the way how he follows through after delivering the ball. This man inspires so many people in India. Strong shouts again. Doesn't look confident with that shout. They just tried their luck but couldn't get the conviction possible. 15 for 1 after 4 overs. $15 for 1. Just setting up the fielders accordingly. Continues to bowl Murali Vijay, aiming to get one more wicket. That's the reason why they're bringing the bowler for the third time. The pace variation have been clear with that. The way how Mujir bowls is completely different from the way how Murali Vijay bowls. You should be way aware against Murali Vijay. He's having that extra pace. As being a hit the deck bowler, the decision making should be precise for the batters. One small mistake, you'll be ending up your wicket. There you could see John Matthews having slightly different mix-up with his batting style. Bottom hand comes in there, opening up his body even while playing on the offside. So there is a bright possibility to get some thickish outside edge for him if you bowl for the cover drive. He's not much aligned with the batting style. Seems like leg side dominant approach. Much better one this time. A grounded one. Third man chases down as well. Good stop from the fielder. Will be just a single. Now what happens is this desperation sometimes. Now the attempted Yorker keeping the long on in control. As he was desperate now, M. Vijay. He badly wanted that wicket to happen. But eventually that was not happening. 5 gets completed. been really good with the batting performance after losing the first wicket early in the first over. This is more like the art of surviving rather than just attacking the bowlers ball after ball. They can eventually make it to 200 even from now, but 250 is still possible. But what's most important is keeping the wickets available for the rest of the overs. When there is a need of an hour and eventually you don't have the key batter in your backup, the team will start feeling that pressure. Continues to bowl Mujir his third over. But this time with a different change. Mujir is bowling from the open end. Same field positionings here with long on and sweeper covered deep, and rest of the field is inside the circle, and his jersey number. Catches the call, but that beats up the fielders comfortably and races over the boundary ropes. Welcome boundary here for John Matthew. And they have slowly started taking the control over that. Just take back a look at that. It's been a fuller delivery outside the off stump, inviting the batter for the cover drive, but he was trying to play it as square as possible over the point fielder. Exceptional performance from John Matthew. $27 for 1. Much better one. Cheeky singles will put more pressure to the bowler and the fielding unit. That's a huge strategy in ODI formats, the longer formats where the batters use it to rotate the strike and spend some time on the non-strikers in. Every single time you accomplish the cheeky single comfortably and successfully, the bowler will feel the heat and pressure. It's more like they'll try hard to stop that single. If that single happens, they feel like a burnout, and that's where it infuses more pressure to the bowlers. Psychologically, this cheeky single is a huge factor. Now there is a deep point in position, and successfully the bowler will feel the heat and pressure. Beautiful shot that is. An attempted Yorker taken down as a low full toss and flicks it to the deep square leg region for boundary. Beautiful stroke making. Balamurugan standing straight to his side. Just take back a look at that. An attempted Yorker turning out to be a low full toss, and is so relaxed with his batting style. He's not having that hurry-burry approach. He's not much quick with his bat swing. Just watches the ball and time it to perfection. Oh, hope he's okay. That hit the umpire. And he needs the carry immediately. He's fine now. Got the car immediately and he's doing little fine. But anyway, that's supposed to be a boundary, but it was a very good shot. Balamurugan looking out to be in a good touch, and that's a danger sign here for Captain's 11. Change of pace from Mujir Sharif. What's the difference I see from the third over of both the bowler Mujir and Vijay was the desperation to pick wickets. They wanted the game's blueprint to be in a certain way that they have to pick 2 to 3 wickets in the power play. If that's not happening, eventually M. Vijay have got frustrated and started bowling straight away onto the stumps. Now you could see Mujir doing the same, trying to bowl a couple of Yorkers, attacking the stumps. As this turns out to be a straightforward approach with less in strategy, emotional decision making will start controlling the bowlers. That's why things go out of your control. End of 6 overs. Surprising to see M. Vijay continuing to bowl his 4th over. And one bowler will maximum be bowling 6 overs in their entire quota of that innings. So if this leads up to be the 4th over of M. Vijay, he'll be having only 2 to bowl in the death overs. I thought that he'll be preserved for the death overs, but anyway the captain is coming up with a different game plan altogether. Also, these two are the most crucial and dependable batters. These two are the proven cricketers in this tournament that did so much to their sides. So if these two were gone, that might be a different kind of pressure to Cornerstone Cricket Academy. That may be one of those reasons why the captain is coming up with M. Vijay to bowl his 4th over. But what I'll say is that M. Vijay has to continue bowling the same way of approach that he had in the first over, or the first couple of overs. The more you go desperate to pick wickets, the more better the batters will be. Because you will be taking decisions emotionally and the batters will start feeling that relaxed approach. That's why this is why the game gets carried forward to the batter's focus. Oh, that's bold! M. Vijay finally gets that damage that he was aiming for. Now he is the leading wicket taker of the tournament as well. This is very disappointing. Very disappointing. He was not expecting that to go onto the stumps. A slightly different length altogether comparing to the previous balls. He went back to his regular stock deliveries that got the inside edge and eventually dismisses the batter. Much needed breakthrough at this point of time. That's the reason why the captain brought in the bowler. 34 for 2 it is. It's like disappointing to see such a set batter walking his way back to the pavilion. John Matthew walks back for 13 runs. Prem, the new batter, comes in at number 4. But this is really good stuff and the partnership is growing and it's taking the next step in the partnership of shifting up the gears. M. Vijay came up with another breakthrough. This might even put Balamurugan into the back foot. He got a good partner. The rapport was really good. Now you have to build the rapport again with Prem. He can't play with the same flow as this is a new batter on the other end. Prem facing his first ball. Much better one. Test the length. Test the quality of the wicket. As a fast bowler, you just try to hit the deck ball after ball. Whenever he tried to do that, he got wickets on his name, M. Vijay. And whenever he was desperate on bowling fuller length or Yorker, he was losing his way in the middle. There was a beautiful example also we spoke about that Bumrah didn't got much wickets in this IPL. The biggest difference is that you're not going to plan much against Mukesh Chowdhury. You're not going to plan much for Harshit Rana. You're not going to plan much for Mayank Yadav. The one bowler, whenever you have a match against Mumbai Indians, you'll plan for Bumrah. Okay, we have to keep Bumrah away from these numbers. You have to keep Bumrah away from this stuff. How many Yorkers Bumrah bowl? How many bouncers Bumrah bowl? What kind of delivery Bumrah comes up with after that boundary? So this over preparation against one cricketer that could eventually keep that cricketer away from the usual competence. Oh, that's a good boundary over there. Thickish outside edge. In fact, the bat pace was opening. It's meeting the sweet spot. Gets off the mark with that boundary frame. That's 38 for 2. This was that shot we've been speaking about. Attempted wide Yorker, got into the low full toss, met the middle of the blade, and eventually runs over the third man fielder. Change of bowling. Ranjit Shanmugam with the ball. And the fielders have also been spread it into the deep, long off sweeper cover. Trying to play it through the covers. Balamurugan is still having that same positive intent. And if I were the captain of the side, I would try to bring in the wicketkeeper closer to the stumps to not let the batters stepping out or even stretch themselves forward, as Ranjit seems to be the medium pacer. You might not expect much bouncers on him. The choice of length have also been good. There was this cricketer called Rajat Bhatia, who have represented couple of sides in IPL, especially sides like KKR. He used to bowl that medium pace approach. There will be less pace than the extra fast bowlers, and he attacked the stumps ball after ball. The moment batters do the mistakes, they'll pay the price. That's how it used to work. And that's what he's doing as well. Ranjit attacking the stumps one after the other. This might put the batters under pressure, especially the new batter Prem. Might come back against him or might be paying the price. But he's bowling really good, Ranjit. Just testing the patience, just testing the quality of the batters. One more time, flicks it away this time. And there is a fine leg in position, will be just a single. But this is pretty much good that the batters were taking some risk against Ranjit. The possibility of wicket happening is there. But when you look at the way how Balamurugan rotated the strike, he is bringing full phase of the bat. Trying to play it as straight as possible. The 30th circle fielder should walk in. Much better one this time. Well, speaking about the par score in big stages like finals, sometimes even if the tournament has 200 as par score, in big stages like finals, even 180 becomes the par score, because the pressure will be high and the intensity will be high. So you need not to rely on those magical numbers. It's always impactful with the way how you take the game seriously. 40 for 2. 41 for 2. 41 for 2. (41 for 2), with Vikas being the new bowler into the attack. And there you could see the wicketkeeper standing closer to the stump. Seems to be a spinner into the attack, Vikas. And we are going to watch the spinner in action for the first time. A right arm off spinner into the attack. This might also bring some changes onto the game when revolution comes into the game. Things slows down and it expects the batters to stretch as close as possible. Much better one. Trying to play it in V as much as possible. This man seems to be playing a solid innings, Balamurugan. So they should look at the wicket column on the other end. If one batter is staying confident, you should break the confidence by shaking the building on the other end. So they could aim for the wicket column by dismissing Prem as he is the new batter. A misfield that offers extra runs on the board here. This is pretty unfortunate, as it went out to be a pressure for them. Speaking about the keeping momentum in the game, it's always important to pick wickets from one end to distract the set batter. You can't just challenge the set batter straight away, and if he gets a good partner, he'll keep moving. Oh, quicker one. Another arm ball over that. He can flight the delivery. I'm not sure why he's trying to attack. It's more like a defensive approach against a set batter who's trying to attack you in death overs. It's almost in the early phase of the game where these two batters are trying to set themselves up. I think Vikas can flight the ball against Prem. There'll be more possibilities of wicket falling down. Much better one. This is much better one. But no ball signals umpire. A shocking and surprising stuff to watch out for. An off spinner bowling a no ball. Overstep no ball. That's quite interesting. He can't change the field positioning, but he can change the angle of bowling. Bowling round the wicket. This time Vikas and Balamurugan will be pumped up to go for big shots. Couldn't get much control over that. Will be just a single. Survive the free hit somehow. But there is still a possibility. Prem back into the attack. Back on strike. If I were the captain, if I were the bowler, I'll suggest to bowl the flighted delivery. Trying to test the quality of his footwork. There'll be more possibilities of outside edge or even LBW. Much better one. Much better one this time. And this is what much expected as well. It's still in good control for Cornerstone Cricket Academy. They can eventually make a big partnership right from here. But the only thing that is required is not to lose much wickets. till the 20th over. 9 gets completed, 48 for 2. Continues to bowl Ranjit Shanmugam. 2 fielders outside the off stump. Deep point and sweeper covers. He was seen bowling more of stump to stump deliveries in his previous over. And I'm expecting the same to happen, as he's having a lot of wicket taking nag that he could eventually use today to pick some wickets, especially against this new batter. These were easy pickings. They're doing a blunder mistake out there, keeping the spaces free to rotate the strike. There is no cover point. Extra covers standing as straighter as possible, and that big space is allowing the batters to rotate the strike. And at this point of time, rotating strike is the biggest treasure for them. Knowingly or unknowingly, they're acting too defensive, captain's 11. That's not the way how you should approach a 30 overs game, especially when you pick a wicket in last 2 to 3 overs. That should be more or less attacking approach. If there is an attacking approach, the batter will start finding ways to score runs, and then we can have good upper hands against them. Now the surface gives more space to the batters to rotate the strike, and they are eventually rotating the strike easily, which is not at all adding any pressure, because they were not aiming for 9 or 10 run rate. It's going to be some 5 or 6 or even less than that. Losing his way in the middle, Ranjit Shanmugam. Because the other factor is that wherever you see the fielders are standing outside the circle, there is no much serious blocking points. That is short third man, fine leg, cover point and point in position. These were the fielders inside the circle, and these regions were easily explored. They should definitely start stopping the batters from rotating the strike. The more possibly you bowl one over together for same batter, the more chances for you to get wickets. If you're not doing that, if you're letting the batters rotate the strike easily, this is going to be a pressure factor for you at the end phase of the game. Beautiful shot this time from Balamurugan. Places it between the 2-point fielder, and that pierces between the fielders for boundary. Look at that shot. Initially he had that front or back confusion. The moment he saw the length, he was pretty sure that he had to go on to the back foot. Just take back a look at that. Look at the footwork, as quick as possible as well. Tremendous batting display. This is 55 for 2. But I'll still say, even if it goes for boundary, the fielders should most probably inside the circle. Strike rotation shouldn't be that easy. That's the one thing that can keep the confidence into the game for the batters. To put the pressure into the game and keep the confidence away, they have to bring in most fielders inside the circle to avoid the batters rotating the strike. But as long as we saw here, we couldn't be able to see the bowling unit coming up with such game plans. They can eventually bring mid-off inside the circle as well, but that's not happening. Long off in position. It's more like a T20 field positioning to stop the batters from scoring boundaries. Single to end the over. That's 56 for 2. Continues out to bowl Vyas. Change of end again, this time bowling from the ground A end. Much better one this time. Slow through the air, can eventually have some turn in these conditions. Typically in Chennai during summer, you can expect the cracks to form on the wicket that lets the bowlers to get some revolution. Suits the bowlers to turn the ball well. But what matters the most is you cannot bowl like Krunal Pandya. You have to bowl like Yuzvendra Chahal to extract the turn. The comparison is purely not on the bias perspectives. It's just the way how two different spin bowlers approach the spin bowling. So the more you bring in the flight, the more you bring in the test match quality of what R. Ashwin does, there'll be some turn and there'll be more possibilities of wickets falling down. Sweeps it away and there is a man in deep. Just a single over there, not much into control. But this is really good stuff to watch out for, with the way how one more partnership is being built immediately after they lost a wicket. Captain Slavan was still doing a blunder mistake of not stopping the fielders. Catches the call, stopping the batters from scoring runs on the board, especially the strike rotation. That's why this game is going out of their control at this point of time. It becomes easy for both the batters to rotate the strike. No fielders inside the circle mostly, and even if they're inside the circle, they're just standing at the borders. Catches the call again as it falls short of the fielder. That matters a lot. Setting things up over there, having some conversation with Balamurugan. Prem. New bowler into the attack. Pratap with the ball. And he's having a slips in position, surprisingly. I'm interested to see how things are going to happen right from here. Wicketkeeper closer to the stump. Slips in position. Three fielders outside the 30-yard circle in leg side. Oh, that's beautiful. The moment you flight the ball, you can extract something out there. Even if it goes for a sixer, you can eventually come back the next ball or the next over. As a bowler in longer form, it's always about consistency and the threat that you give to the opposition. You're running between the wickets. That brings strike back to Balamurugan. Swing and a miss. Couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. Oh, got the edge. That's taken. Had a slip for a purpose and flighted the ball. Eventually got the big fish in control. Balamurugan's story is coming to an end in this final. He was such a fantastic player throughout the tournament, including this day. Had some good sessions, scoring 22 runs, but this is an outstanding delivery from Pratap. And whenever the game goes out of the control with the partnership, someone comes in to get up that wicket. This time it's Pratap, 61 for 3. Much more attacking field set here. Ganesh, the new batter, comes in at number 5. A slightly pressure situation with spinners on both the ends. Look at the field positioning. Still having slips, and there is a silly fielder as well. Oh, look at that. It's so cool. Change of pace works. That's what we mentioned in the previous over. This condition is so good for slow spinners, especially in Chennai. White Jersey have always offered something for spinners when the ball gets older. This is really beautiful to watch out for. Much better one, much better one. The batters were looking out to be clueless on what needs to be done. A wonderful over coming to an end. That's 12 gets completed, 61 for 3. I think this was more or less considered to be a manual for Vikas as well. Even though his strong zone is bowling flatter and quicker deliveries, he can eventually try some or a few flighted deliveries. He's very tall right arm off spinner. He can eventually have some good control against the batters when he try to flight the ball. It seems he designed himself for T20 format, just like Krunal Pandya. He genuinely bowls those arm balls and quicker ones really well, but sometimes you should have that stock deliveries as well. This situation demands a stock delivery, flighted one. These kind of, look at that, it doesn't have much flight, still it has some deviation over there. He's tall bowler, he can eventually extract a lot more. Especially in a 30 overs format. This format is slightly different from T20. Let's see how Vikas can come in. Someone on the field should also insist Vikas to bowl a lot of flighted deliveries where the opportunity for wicket is very high. This is much better. Flighted delivery and doesn't have much rhythm. Room for batter to go for big runs. Prem is gradually increasing his numbers. You can clearly see whenever the bowler bowls a quicker one or a flatter one, it doesn't go for boundary, but it's been easily rotated the strike, and they'll be able to score runs easily against such quick deliveries. You need not to act that defensive, especially when the game is in your ground. It's in your backyard now. It's about the way how you're going to dominate right from here. Captain's 11 picked up a couple of wickets, putting the batting unit under pressure. If any batter brings the partnership right from here, it's the fault of the unit. Quick over from Vikas with 1 to end the over. Just 3 runs coming off it. Quite good under control. Didn't see much of left arm spinners coming into action today so far. Single to end the over. That's 65 for 3. Continues up to bowl the man of the moment, Pratap. Much better. He's trying to step out. Prem, there is still a wicket threat. Slips in position. Attacking intent. When the game is in your control, try to take the maximum impact out of it. This kind of field positioning sometimes threat the batters. It controls the mindset of the batter. Once you have such field set, the batter will start thinking about that instead of thinking about the gaps. Look at that. He's distracted and taking some random decisions instead of taking a clear decision of rotating the strike and going for some runs. Really good stuff. Having some mind game in control over there, Pratap. Oh, this is terrible. This is terrible. The batter was fumbling and it's a dot ball, but eventually that misfield It turned out to be a single. The other problem is that fumbling batter is at the non-striker's end now. Could have added a lot more pressure to Ganesh to beat himself up. And on the first ball, Prem was stepping out. That should be kept in mind from Pratap. He's trying to step out sometimes when there is a flight on the good length delivery. Will there be one more? And the purchases of Pratap now. Much better one, much better one. A typical test match delivery is you miss, I hit mindset. If it hits the pad, it's LBW. If it misses down, it's gonna attack the stumps. There have always been threat for batters to go against such balls. Another good over from Pratap. Single to end the over. That's 68 for 3. Continues to bowl Vikas. He's been easily attacking these quicker deliveries. That must be well understood by Vikas. Vikas can observe things on how the batters were reacting to different kind of variations. Oh, unfortunate. The game is in your backyard and you are throwing it away from your control. These are minor errors where the batters might come out of the pressure. Look at that. It's like challenging for the wicketkeeper. He was doing really good, but unfortunately this time it goes out of his control. But on a big day like a final, you cannot rely on any single moment. Even 120s can be a tough target. He's doing the same mistake again and again, Vikas. Bowling too flat and too quick. Even though it's quicker, it doesn't create much impact to the batters. They've been comfortably rotating the strike. Back on strike, Ganesh. That's a trap. That's where they have to target. Through the covers this time from Ganesh. The length was too close. But still Vikas can try flighting the ball, which puts the batters under pressure. There are some turns as well when you try to flight the ball slow through the air. Oh, got it. Much better. But eventually goes behind the wicketkeeper. Unlucky Vikas had to concede a couple of runs on the board for this. Good stop from the fielder. Subhash it is. There'll be a hydration break after this ball. If it turns out to be a wicket delivery, they can carry on the rhythm. Much better one. Dot ball to end the over. That's 75 for 3 after 15. Continues to bowl Pradeep. Change of end, but he might eventually continue with that glory of taking wickets, Pradeep. Oh, full toss delivery, punished hard and picks the gap as well. That goes for a maximum. First 6 here. And he's having so much power on his hands. And change of end is not acting in a favorable way to Pradeep. Still, there is some good control over there. It's 81 for 3. After the hydration break, the rhythm comes in. This is sometimes a good way to take some strategic timeout, some drinks break, to block the flow of someone who's doing good, whether it's batting or bowling. This end, it's the bowling unit who did really well. And that drinks break have gave some breathing space to the batting unit to come fresh and to break the rhythm of the bowling unit. But still, Pradeep is a good bowler when he flights the ball and lands it at the right region. And Ganesh is trying to attack. Him as much as possible. Much better one, much better one. Now Pradeep changes his style. He is acting little defensive by going quicker deliveries flat onto the stumps. Oh, beautiful shot that is, getting some positive intent out there. I think the drinks break had something on them. They've been so energetic and fresh in the very first over after the drinks break. 83 for 3. Vicky Chandran, the new bowler, into the attack. Straight away attempted Yorker. I think this is the most crucial phase where the partnership needs to be broken. You did so well right from the beginning. You picked up wickets in regular interval of time, and suddenly two middle order batters taking control and building up the partnership is more or less spoiling the entire rhythm build. It used to happen sometimes, even in T20 formats. A good team will dominate 38 overs, but the opposition will dominate the most crucial phases, like the 2 balls, 2 overs, and eventually win the game. And that's why it's always important to be on the game. You did so much good things, but there should be the continuation for that. You could not be relaxed. And doing so great so far in this innings, it's halfway, and there needs to be a lot more to be kept in control. Because 84 for 3 is not that bad of a number for a batting unit, especially when they have just 14 overs in control. There'll be so many batters sitting in the dugout to keep things well. Catches the call, fielder over there, but it fell short of the fielder anyway. Lucky run here for the batter. He intentionally had a fielder while bowling that short delivery. The game's compositions have been changing, even if it's a longer formats. The T20 approach is negligence. That you cannot stop that. It's more or less unavoidable at this point of time. You should anyway bring in the T20 tactics. Even in Test cricket, we've seen now the new age batters were started treating Test cricket as a T20 format, attacking the bowlers right from the beginning. Been a decent over here from Vicky, 86 for 3. Continues to bowl Pradeep. Oh, this is much better. This is his stock delivery. As he's coming back to his action, bowling slower through the air. There is still an opportunity to pick some wickets. That's why the captain brought him in for one more time. Strong shouts. Pushing Ganesh forward as much as possible to make him stretch. And he's aiming to play at the long off region. Oh, much better one. Look at the turn. This is really tough for the batters to go against the spinners when they flight the ball slower through the air. And Ganesh, oh, this is bad. That's why I mentioned, the moment you bowl that quicker delivery, the batter's feeling comfortable rotating the strike and you're letting them to go out of that pressure. You set the batter well, 3 back-to-back dot balls, and then you bowled a loose delivery. Now you have to bowl to a completely different batter and begin everything from stock. This time he got the rhythm right. And no signs from the leg umpire. It seems he was stepping out from this angle. Excellent bowling. This is. Look at that. The back foot is comfortably inside the crease. He's just trying to stretch from the front foot. Exceptional performance. There you could see the color of these 2 wickets as well. Wicket number 1 looks little dark with black soil in most of the spaces. If it gets dried, it can be a wonderful batting track. But the wicket that we are playing, it's not typical to any one aspect of the game, but it's now supporting the spinners. Did well for the fast bowlers as well when M. Vijay was bowling. Another good over from Pradeep, just single run coming off that over. 87 for 3. Same region where he regularly targets Ganesh. Maybe you can put mid-off inside the circle to take some gamble against him. It's just cost of 1 boundary. Even if things go out of your control, that risk should be taken. That's why I mentioned it's a 2-way approach when it comes to 30 overs cricket match. Sometimes you have to treat it as a ODI format. You should not be concerned about conceding boundary. You should not be concerned about not to leak runs. Sometimes you can leak runs, but you can't put that gamble over there. It's more like having 2 square leg fielders and bowling a short ball to Rohit Sharma. It paid off so many times to fast bowlers. But if you hesitate to take that risk, you cannot take that wicket. Misfields are costing some runs as well. Especially these misfields. The fielders have taken tough catches, tough balls. Those misfields were more like soft deliveries, easy ones. Reluctant approaches. Catches the call that fell short of the fielder. Not a catch. To be very honest, that's not at all a catch opportunity. Good stop from the fielder. But one thing is pretty sure, that Ganesh is aiming for one region, which is a lot of clue to the bowlers. He gives a lot of clue. He gives a lot of hint on where he is targeting. The last couple of overs have been quite impressive, especially when the spinners came into picture. That have been turning out to be a mere dominance from captain's 11, keeping their opposition in control. Cornerstone. Single to end the over. It's 91 for 3 after 19. .91 for 3. Continues to bowl Pradeep. It'll be good to watch how Ganesh responds to Pradeep now. Strike rotated by Prem, because Prem was attacking Pradeep even on the other over when this end came into existence. But this is going to be a different pressure altogether. Ganesh was trying to go over the long off fielder, and he's having a wonderful turn, squirey turns. Look at that. Good one. This is more or less a short ball, pulled away by Ganesh to rotate the strike. But the only reason why they brought in Pradeep at this point of time is to pick one more wicket, or maybe two more wickets if it's possible, that can push the batting unit under pressure, so that captain's 11 can come back stronger into the game. Oh, unlucky. Very unlucky. This is the second time it's happening today. Even if it got some good control over that, it couldn't reach the fielder's hands. Lucky boundary here for Prem. Look at that. This is very unfortunate for Pradeep. He did everything right, but that top edge was unexpected. .97 for 3. The moment they reach 100, they'll be feeling more confident. There's a triple digit number with just 3 wickets lost. Not a big deal for them. Cornerstone Cricket Academy. Bit of positive approach as well. Pradeep is continuing to flight it away. Should not bowl much of short deliveries. He's having a slip fielder as long as possible. It's more like a short third man standing as finer behind the wicket keeper, and he's trying to bowl round the wicket. Much better one here from Ganesh, trying to act as defensive as possible against such a set bowler. I think at some point of time they'll be coming back with the fast bowlers. That's where the batting unit might be taking the license to go for big shots, shifting up the gears. As far as now, it's 20 overs, 99 for 3, looking out to be a good number. Cornerstone Cricket Academy is reviving the pace again. 99 for 3. With the last 10 overs in action, there must be a fresh planning of the game. The last 10 overs, what can be done? If they can maximize the numbers to 10 runs per over, it can be 199 at the end of 30 overs. Or even if they can aim for 70 runs in the next 10 overs, they can eventually end up scoring 160, which might not be a par score, but still on a final, it might have its own intent of pressure to scoring runs in the second innings. So there is still hope. There is still a bright hope for Cornerstone Cricket Academy to keep things under control. Vicky Chandran continues up to bowl, still continuing with the spinners as much as possible. Oh, clean bowl! Straight after the hydration break, the breakthrough is here. A short delivery, but it's not bouncing as of expected. That's what Ganesh is also feeling. He's trying to pull that ball away, but it's not bouncing as of expected. A low kept delivery, which we are watching for the first time of the day. Look at that. But that's a good comeback. Vicky Chandran finally brought in the breakthrough that they're looking for. It's 99 for 4. Before it became the three-digit number, they lost one more wicket. Kishore, the new batter, comes in at number 6. An interesting all-rounder to watch out for. He'll definitely be able to carry forward the game right from here. Just 10 overs in action. He can make it, and along with it, there is a said batter Prem on the other end, who came at the most crucial phase. Even after the loss of said batter, Prem is actually carrying forward this game really well. All they require is a good partnership. And we didn't saw one falling, one bringing up two today. Every time once a wicket falling down, there was a decent partnership before the next wicket falls. Gets off the mark with a single straight away, Kishore. And that also gives a strike back to the said batter. I think that's where captain's level should also aim for. That's 100 up here with that single for Cornerstone Cricket Academy. Quite good underway with the way they're trying to control things. But the only surprising thing is that why can't they pick 2 wickets at a stretch? That might put a different pressure altogether to the batting unit. The wickets falling in a regular interval of time, which is not at all adding up more pressure. Maybe that needs to be aimed. 2 wickets in a single over, or 2 or 3 wickets in a span of 2 to 3 overs. That might change the context of the game completely. Similar kind of delivery which was being bowled to Ganesh, but this is beautiful shot through the covers from Kishore. Understood that it is impacting lower onto the stumps and brought in the straight bat through the covers. Exceptional stroke making. That's why it's also important for a batter to see what went wrong with the previous batter while he was losing his wicket, especially when you're facing the same bowler. Good understanding and smart approach. Strong shouts. There were 2 opportunities out there, but being missed down on both. Just 1 wicket came on this over. 1 or 3 for 4 after 21. Steps out and misses out. That's one more wicket falling down. And the set batter is gone. This was what we've been speaking about. One brought in two finally. This time there wasn't much gap between one wicket and the other wicket. Wicket number 4 and wicket number 5 falling one after the other. Pradeep gets his second one as well. This time Prem was trying to unsettle Pradeep or trying to attack Pradeep, whatever he was intending for, but was not successful in this ball. 1 out 3 for 5. Places it to the point direction. 2 is the call from the batter. And they're running back for the second run as well. Straight away gets up the mark with those 2 runs. Ravi, the new batter. And that's not the right length to bowl on to the new batter anyway. This is turning out to be really good to see. Such spin saga is doing the job for the side, with Pradeep is bowling his last over. Can he be end his spell with 3 wickets? That will be the maximum expectations on him. Much better one, much better one. This is supposed to be the first ball as well. Now look at him. He got 2 runs on the very first ball and he's staying relaxed with this ball. He was not having pressure to defend the ball. Oh, good try from the fielder. Wonderful stop that is. Didn't have opportunity to be a wicket, but that's a very good stop from the fielder. Just taking back a look at that. Look at his reaction. He immediately stopped it. This time he's bowling round the wicket. And eventually got a single. 24 for 2 Pradeep. Will be bowling the last ball of his spell. Will he end up with 24 for 3 or is it just going to be 2 wickets on his spell? But those 2 are very impactful that we must speak about them. Diagonal round the wicket. Oh, pretty close to delivery. Wonderful spell that is from Pradeep. Ending up with 24 for 2 on his 6 overs. 1 out 6 for 5. Glides it behind for a couple of runs. Fielder chases down the ball. 2 is the call from Ravi and they're running back for the second run as well. Running between the wickets. Vicky Chandran continues up to bowl. Picked up a wicket on his previous over. The wicket of Ganesh. He seems to be impressive so far. And having 2 more overs to be bowled, that might have a good call on his performance as well. The biggest decision that needs to be taken is when the shift is going to happen from spinners to fast bowlers, or is it going to be just spinners throughout the innings? Whichever the way it works, that is a huge possibility. The only aim should be to take wickets. That's how you will be able to come back into the game. Defending the batters from not scoring and playing all the 30 overs will never be the solution here for Captain's 11. Picking up the rest of the wickets as early as possible will definitely help them to do well. And also speaking about these variations of Chennai, in this recent IPL we've seen with the way how Chepak reacted for Chennai Super Kings, even though they had one of the dominant spinners with Noor Ahmed and Akil Hussain. They didn't have much of turning tracks. Batters did really well. BBK chased an easy target. It was only the GT game was a little tightened for them. Other than that, most of the instances we've seen it was a batting track, but typically Chennai used it to be a spin track in dry surface, especially in test matches and red ball cricket. This is a day game, it's a dry surface, it's a red ball cricket. Even though it's not day 2 or day 3, the wicket gets better for spinners on a hot and humid condition. With a good stop over there. Couple of runs on that, 6 runs coming off that over. That's 1-1-2 for 5. Good shot from the batter. Kishore is trying his maximum to pick some boundaries up. The boundaries were not coming as the spinners were dominating. Vikas back into the attack. He's bowling his 5th over. Will be having one more to be bowled. I really love the captaincy, trusting on spinners as maximum as possible rather than just defensively going with a fast bowler. Just because we hit the 21st over, just 10 overs, just 7 overs, we'll go with fast bowlers. That mindset may not work because these batters were also waiting for the fast bowlers to come in. Maybe the ball might come better to the batters while fast bowlers in action. But this is really good from Vikas. Oh my god, this is very unfortunate. This is very unfortunate. An intent to go for a run out have eventually costed them a couple of runs on the board. Good stop from the fielder. Look at that. Look at that. He was trying for that run rate and the wicketkeeper was not prepared for that. These were the moments the pressure will be relieved from the batters' heads. The wicket still looks fresh, but there is a huge amount of turn. If there are much spinners with Cornerstone, there is a huge possibility of them to fight back well in the second innings. We'll speak about that in the next innings. But as far as now, it's very hot and humid here at Chennai. It's June, of course, halfway June. Even in July, the situation will not be changing much. That's how the Chennai weather works, and people in Chennai get used to it while playing cricket itself. So maybe in mid-August, we might see the change in weather. But that doesn't give much impact on the way how the wicket reacts, because the humidity will always be there. Even though if it's not hot, you'll feel the sweat, you'll feel the heat on daytimes. That's how it used to be, because it's just 6 meters above the sea level. With that level of height, the heat will surely be there. Finds the aerial route and finds the fielder's hands at long off. I thought it's fancy, but unfortunately Kishore's intent to go for the big shot is not working as of expected. Look at that. The moment he hit the ball, we thought it's gonna be a maximum. And look at that long off fielder, just relaxed, chased and caught the ball. No mistakes done by the fielder. Wonderful job at the deep. Kishore disappointedly walking back to the pavilion. 1 on 6 for 6. Last 6 overs in action. Vijay Prabhakar, the new batter. And finally, we are watching a medium pacer in action. Maybe they could have continued with spinners. Vicky was doing really good. It's not that Ranjit doesn't have to bowl, but maybe they could have tried much more with spinners, because spinners were completely stopping the batters from scoring runs on the board and keeping the game in control. You can eventually stop them under 130 or 140 possibly, because the wicket column was kept moving. But now I see the batters might get some flow of runs, rhythmic, and eventually the range moves to 170 or 180 with this one decision. Or maybe the wicket might fall. It's up to the way how the bowler reacts. But if I were the captain, I would have gone with spinners for next 2 to 3 overs, if possible, to the maximum I can use. Cuts it away. Look at that. The batters were not at all feeling that pressure. They were relaxed in scoring runs on the board. That's what I mentioned. It's not just about the boundary or sixer. It's about the way how the batter stretches themselves up. The batter takes that risk to get that run. They've been relaxed in rotating the strike. Stand and deliver. Now the easy pickings over there. As it's way outside the off stump, they're easily rotating the strike. Let's speak about the batting attributes as well. It's 120, 1 for 6 in 24.4 overs. Technically 5 overs in action. Oh, beautiful shot. Good timing over there. Will be just a single. Even if they go for 10 runs per over, they could eventually end up scoring 170 or more than that. It lags around 170 to 185. They go with the proper batting intent, and there is still a possibility of 200 anyway. Now it's full of T20 cricket right from here with just 4 wickets in hands. Not much bad delivery. He's trying to invade the stumps, but the batters were staying relaxed, using the pace of the ball to get runs on the board. That's 123 for 6. 123 for 6. Last 5 overs. 10 runs per over might end you up around 173. There are batters out there still. In these levels, in Chennai's club crickets, local teams, corporate crickets, there are so many batters until number 11. So we can definitely expect the run flow even from now. But one hope that I'm having is the spinners are still in action. That Vikas is bowling his last over. Last over of spell Vikas, and Vicky have also done really well. He could have given one more over. He have picked up a wicket and he was controlling the batters from scoring as well. 23 for 1 as of now. Got the connection better. Will be just a single, as both Vijay Prabhakar and Rabi were trying to revive the team from whichever the situation they are in. This is not the regular score in this tournament. Teams usually score around 220, 230 at the end of 30 overs. In fact, most of the time, even if it's not every match. But today things were quite different. Spinners have done the job really well. There was a domination with the way how spinners bowled. Nearly 16 overs of spin bowling we saw so far. And that might be continuing as Vikas bowling his last over. Even Vicky was given 1 over of chance. There might be most possible chances for the spinners to dominate this innings. Now this is also giving some clue to Cornerstone Cricket Academy. If you have more spinners in your side, if you accidentally picked up a couple of spinners, or even the batters who are part-time spinners could make a huge impact in the second innings. Because this wicket does so much to the spinners when they flight the ball, when they trust the condition. Steps out. And that's a lucky edge over there. Nobody standing in the deep. Deep square leg, chasing it from somewhere around the ground, but couldn't reach the boundary ropes. But the ball was eventually reaching out. Boundary to end the over. And that's 130 for 6 after 26. And that boundary ends the spell of Vikas as well. That's 29 for 1 in his 6 overs. Pretty economical along with Pradeep. So far it's 16 overs of spin bowling. And Vicky Chandran back into the attack. He's bowling his 5th over. 17th over of spin bowling with this. Only spinners are completing their spells. 2 bowlers, 6 overs, and he's bowling his 5th over. All the other fast bowlers. Oh, that's fingers going up. Wicket falling down. 1 more wicket to Vicky Chandran. Came in and straight away brought in the breakthrough. This is not the first time he's doing that. He've done that earlier as well. When things were going out of their control, he picked up the wicket of Ganesh Sridharan to break the partnership. And that's the story of the batter coming to an end. He's walking back to the pavilion. 130 for 7 it is. Ravi the batter being dismissed. Walking his way to the pavilion. 130 for 7 it is. Good stop from the fielder. Stephen Raj, the new batter, comes in at number 9. It's 130 for 7. This is more or less the bowlers or the tailenders, or maybe the tailenders who could bat well, bat pretty decently. Maybe the expectations slowing down right from here. 170 seems to be a tough one. They can aim for around 155 or maybe 160. There is a possibility on that as well now. Oh, that's high up in the air, but doesn't cover the distance that it requires to be. Easy pickings for the fielder to convert that to a single. Second wicket for Vicky. So far it's 5 wickets for the spinners. We've seen the second ball of this innings turned out to be the wicket delivery. Janaki Raman lost his wicket to M. Vijay, and then M. Vijay got one more wicket of the other opener John Matthew. Ever since then, it was spinners dominating this innings. One more time, fingers going up. That's wicket number 3 here for Vicky Chandran. We said that spinners are dominating this innings. It's 6th wicket for the spinners and 3rd wicket for this particular bowler. Trying to step out and go for the big shot, but couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. Vijay Prabhakaran, the batter, being dismissed, walking back to the pavilion disappointed. Good work from Venkatesh. M. Vijay back into the attack. A wonderful bowler, leading wicket taker of the tournament. Was so quick with his approach with the new ball. But now with the ball to bowl the death overs, having 2 overs to be bowled, will be bowling this one and the last over as well, most probably, with Vicky Chandran bowling the 29th over. Maybe that's how the spell gets completed. But as far as what we've seen here is that batters were feeling comfortable in rotating the strike against fast bowlers. Cornerstone should try with a lot of spinners. There is a bright possibility that they could get something with the spinners. There are purchases. Oh, wonderful Yorker, nailing it onto the toes of the batters, M. Vijay. Eventually turning out to be just a single. Good on from M. Vijay, but couldn't come up with a dot ball at this point of time. Every over has a couple of dot balls, as the bowlers were stopping the batters from 3 runs or 4 runs and over. Now it got 3 runs in 3 balls, which could eventually take them to 150. Especially on the onside, whichever being scored on the onside gets some runs on the board. Running back for the second run. That's good stop from the fielder, will be just a single. They didn't run the first run quickly. There wasn't proper communication between the batters. Else it would have been a 2 runs delivery. It's slightly turning out to be a risky one. M. Vijay cannot bowl outside the off stump. If it gets thickish edge, third man is inside the circle. So he should bowl onto the stump line by having one mid-wicket fielder inside the circle. That might keep the momentum in control. Oh, misfield. Eventually got some runs on the board as well. But this is how it used to be. They have to tackle situations like this, because this is not just a low number. When it comes to final, any number could be fightable. A cheeky attempt, but couldn't get the connection that he's looking for. But fine leg is inside the circle, and that's given wide as well. Turning out to be a little expensive at this point of time with the way how the game went so far. Trying something out, Stephen Raj, but he's trying it without the helmets, which is not advisable. A little bit risky approach out there. Oh, lucky one. Went for boundary. Karthikesh outside edge out there to go for boundary. 142 for 8. A little expensive over, that is. Maybe that could have been caught by the wicketkeeper, but not that easy one anyway. Bowling his last over, Vicky Chandran. 19 for 3 so far. They can aim on picking those 2 wickets in hands rather than bowling the entire 30 overs. Run out opportunity. Oh, that's missed down and turning out to be overthrow. Bit of positive intent right at the end of this innings here. The batting unit getting those extra runs. You never know the value of these single runs. It might be the most crucial runs at the second innings. The game can go close. You may require 1 ball 2 runs. So every run matters at this point of time. Another easy opportunity, and that's taken down. One more wicket falling down. That's wicket number 9 here for Cornerstone Cricket Academy. A hurry-burry approach to take that single, turning out to be a wicket call. This was that we've been speaking about. Good stop from Vicky Chandran, and immediately he throws it down. There was a little fumble when he was trying to take that ball between the batters. They were unsure whether they're going for the single or not. That's why it costed them a wicket over there. 144 for 9. $144 for 9. Sendil, the new batter, the final batter as well for Cornerstone Cricket Academy. 144 for 9. Continues up to bowl Vicky Chandran. Just taking it to be as controlled as possible. They'll be aiming for that 150, which will be psychologically good total to fight on, rather than staying on 140s. Because psychology matters when it comes to finals. Whichever gives you a confidence boost that they should try doing it. That's why they're exactly trying to do that. He's very good at running between the wickets, Satish C. That's how they scored runs against M. Vijay as well. Last couple of deliveries, 21 for 3 from Vicky Chandran. 2 more to complete his spell. Run out opportunity. One more, the fingers went off. He went little relaxed, Sendil, that turning out to be the wicket number 10 as well. That's how the innings coming to an end. It's 145 for 10. 2 runouts costed them 10 to 15 runs short at the end of 28.5 overs. He was a little hesitant to go for that single. He was not expecting that throw to come in that quickly. Anyway, that's how the innings coming to an end. Cornerstone Cricket Academy won the toss. They had decided to bat first. And on that note, Janagiraman started losing his wicket at the second ball of this innings. Right from then, wickets kept falling in a regular interval of time. 2 for 1, 34 for 2, 61 for 3, 99 for 4. and 103 for 5. And that's when the wicket started fumbling in the middle, when spinners did the job. Kishore, Ravi, Vijay Prabhakar and batters lost their wickets one after the other. At the end of 28.5 overs, it's just 145 for them. A little low comparing to the standards of this tournament, but on a big day like a final, even 145 could be a fightable number. It's up to the way how Cornerstone Cricket Academy are going to fight for them. With the ball, Vicky Chandran picked up 3 wickets, 21 for 3, Pradeep 24 for 2, Vikas 29 for 1, Ranjit 3 overs 18 for 0, Mujir 3 overs 18 for 0, and M Vijay 5 overs 31 for 2. That's how the wicket column went in. Let's see how the bowlers of Captain's 11 are going. The bowlers of Cornerstone are going to do. The spinners of Cornerstone are going to do in the second innings to defend this total of 145 to win the championship. Right into the second innings, 146 required for Captain's 11 to win the game. Just a flashback in the league phase when Cornerstone Cricket Academy have scored 199 and that was chased down comfortably by Captain's 11. Today the target is 50 runs less than that. First ball opens up the face of the bat straight away, showing some positive intent out there. That will definitely be a factor to discuss, like league phases having clear-cut evident that how these two teams have performed well in the previous stage against the same bowling unit. Uses the bat face really well. Third man in position and gets up the mark straight away with that single. Pon Subhash, second highest run scorer in this tournament, just behind Balamurugan, will be expected to do a lot more. He's having a strike rate of 153 even in a 30 overs cricket match. That's the kind of impact he created in this tournament. Such a wonderful number. Didn't have a century so far, but performed well almost every game. 85, 82 and 98. The lowest score scored by him was 46. Other than that, every match he scored 85, 82 and 98. Such a tremendous form. This is from Pon Subhash. Played only 4 games. 82, 85, 46 and 98 were the scores of him. Then imagine the kind of impact he made in this tournament for his side. As he's averaging 155 standing at the non-strikers. And on the other hand, we have Jabin Jeffrey. All it requires is a conscious effort, but not much of a slowdown innings. Just because the target is 156, you need not to figure this out in 30 overs. Stickish outside edge and eventually turns out to be just a single. Good bowling. This is from Janaki Raman. Does really well with the new ball. Lost his wicket in the power play while batting first. Now with the ball to give something for his side. The early purchase will be expected from him, Janaki Raman. Really interesting all-rounder with good quality batting and bowling performance in many tournaments of white jersey. But today it's going to be a different challenge for them. All Mumbai Indians did in that journey. Those 2017, 13 finals, 19 final. Hammers it over the point fielder, but there is a man in deep. It'll be just a single, but Pon Subhash is loosening up his arms. He's playing some free shots. Okay, let's come to the targets being defended in this tournament. The lowest target being defended in this tournament is 163. Anything less than 163 was chased down comfortably. So our score is less than that bar as well. So anyway, this is going to be a huge impactful game, high pressure game for Cornerstone Cricket Academy. It's not going to be a cakewalk for them, but there is a possibility. That's the only thing they can hope for. Another good delivery from Janaki Raman, but unfortunately it's reaching down to the fine leg region for single. There is a man in deep, will be just a single over there. This is that delivery we've been speaking about. Attempted stump line delivery, but eventually turning out to be a single. Bit of positive start out there. Deep point in position. A slip and a third slip, in fact. First slip and third slip in position. Extra bounce and was awarded wide. Janaki Raman is trying everything in his armory. That's why it's slightly pressure one. Even if it's 170, they'll be a little relaxed in what needs to be done. But this is 146 and it's straight away pressure on their head. They have to look on taking wickets as early as possible. You can never take this game to the 30th over. That process will be a positive process for Captain's 11. And one way Captain's 11 could lose the momentum of this game is... Oh, pulls it away. That topic is out of syllabus now. Goes for a maximum. A brilliant shot right in the first over. Dispatches it for a sixer. But to be very honest, it was more of an invitement. He's inviting him for the boundary. Look at that. And that's been hammered. Pulling through the deep square region for 6. 12 for no loss. Strong shouts. And downfield umpire shakes his head. Not a welcoming signal here for Cornerstone Cricket Academy. Kishore straight away trying to invade the stumps, and there is a loophole here for Jabin Jeffrey. Every time it's been bowled onto the stumps, there wasn't any clear-cut stroke making from him. Maybe you have to work on that region. Maybe it's just today's stuff happening out there. But speaking about Pon Subhash, just that pull shot said the kind of form he's in. Even before that, I spoke about his performance, right? 82, 85, 46 and 98 were the scores of him in this tournament. Only 4 matches, and all 4 matches he batted like a solid performer. So the expectation was more than 46 straight away from him, because that's the lowest score by him in this tournament. Oh, extra pace. This brand new red ball just provides what the fast bowler exactly needs, even though this goes for wide. Even in the first innings, we saw the way how M. Vijay used the new ball, picked up 2 wickets in the power play. The second ball of the innings went for a wicket at the deep third man region. That is still there. They're having slips in position. Much better one. Exceptional bowling that is from Kishore. Well, speaking about these kind of low target defense, what happens with low target defense is the decision making will be a problem. You will most probably end up with double mind confusion as a batting unit, because when you have, let's say, when you have 250 plus targets in a 30 overs match, you'll clearly know that's a high target, and right from the first ball you know what needs to be done. Poor balls needs to be punished, decent ball needs to be rotated, no dot balls, and eventually you'll gradually move the scoreboard. If the target is 50 runs, you'll try to finish it as quickly as possible. But when a target is slightly low but not much low, you'd never know what needs to be done. Does it mean that you can chase the target in 12 overs, or does it mean that you can comfortably chase the target in 30 overs? With this confusion, there comes the impact as well. That's a first breakthrough here, and that's a very, very big wicket. Pon Subhash, the batter, being dismissed. Good catch taken by Janaki Raman at mid-off. He was on top here, Kishore, changing his length. This time it's fuller length, inviting Pon Subhash to go for big shot. And Janaki Raman, safer hands, taking the catch well. Walking back to the pavilion, Pon Subhash for 8 runs. That's 15 for 1. 15 for 1. Sharan, the new batter, comes in at number 3. Now they have to look at the other options. This is what I mentioned. But I felt Pon Subhash was traveling with a clarity on his decision making. That needs to be there. When there is a pressure, what the batting unit thinks is, oh, target is just 146. We can take time. We have all the 30 overs in hands. That mindset is something that kills their intent, and eventually bowling unit can come into the game. They should always aim for something that's controllable. Maybe between 15 to 20 overs we should chase down this target. This target deserves that much time. The more time you take, the more opportunity you give to your opposition to pick your wicket. So if that clarity was there, if that clear mindset comes in, the batters will start taking the decisions clearly. That's when this low target defense come into play for the bowling unit. Lack of decision making, lack of confusion whether to go for the target or whether to stay in the crease. That confusion will come to the most of the batters, maybe to the 50 to 60% of the batters. If those batters are there with captain's 11, the mindset shift must be there. But this is turning out to be a wonderful spell from Kishore. A back of length, a fuller length. There is a good mix-up between both of them. 2 gets completed. Third man in position. Oh, that's clean bowled. Yorker. And that shot selection was not upright here for Jeffrey. That fumble comes to an end. Janaki Raman brought in the breakthrough that the team is looking for. Every dismissal has his contribution. This was that. Another one onto the stumps, bowling round the wicket. And Jeffrey had no idea on how to approach this. He was a little under pressure, that you could clearly see with his shot selection as well. Not a great delivery, but eventually he set the bowler for that. So Janaki Raman deserves it. 16 for 2 it is. Jeffrey walks back to the pavilion. Continues to bowl Kishore. 26 for 2 it is now. Sharan on strike. Oh, just closer to the off stump. I think he has to read where the stumps are, Sharan. Just close to the off stump, that went. This is really good brand of cricket to watch out for, with the line and length that Kishore is bowling in. Having 2 slips in position, the fielders were shouting. It brings us back to the nostalgic memories of those test cricket memories. But yeah, it's going to be for next 4 to 5 overs if the batters sustain over that. Along, shouts might reduce, the noises will be reduced, and that's how batting needs to be done. You'll be having that intense pressure. It's up to the way how you're going to come back out of that pressure. It's not going to be the same situation after the 5-6 overs, or it's not going to be the same situation after 10 overs. You'll start to dominate, but for that you should exist on the wicket. That should be the mindset over there. The target is pretty simple, and positive cricket needs to be played. Oh, good try from the fielder, but that eventually goes for boundary. Lucky runs here for the batting unit. All these boundaries are coming somehow through overthrows, edges, misfields, and this one got a thickish outside edge. And good try from the third slip fielder as well. $30 for 2. Goes for wide, attempted bodyline delivery from Kishore. It's also about the mindset. When you look at the way how, let's take back this 2017 IPL final, when the target was around 120 odd, it was 63 for 0. It was 63 for 1 in fact at the end of 10 overs. They were well on the chase. Rahane was playing positive cricket. He was well set, but eventually the wickets kept falling, because it's always important to carry forward the good stuff, and most importantly, you should never stay reluctant with your batting approach. Just because you have some target, it doesn't mean you have to score it in 30 overs. You should not keep the end over in mind, and that itself is a boost for the bowling unit. That's what they'll also want from you. As a batting unit, it's always important to treat the low target as a bit serious stuff. You should never have this relaxed mindset of we have all the 30 overs or we have all the 20 overs. Much better one, reminding me of Ravindra Jadeja playing right-handed with that defense. Even now, the noise is reduced slight. The energy is slightly reduced and its sounds are coming from the dugout for the bowling unit. 1 or 2 silent overs might eventually silence the fielders as well. Go running between the wickets. Single to end the over. That's 32 for 2. $32 for 2. Positive intent out there. The biggest skill will be rotating the strike. What a catch! Exceptional catch that is, and that's wicket number 3 involving Janaki Raman again. It's stand and deliver performance from them. A wicket number 3. A back of lane delivery, and he was aiming to pull it away as late as possible, and that got late connection, reached out the mid outfielder. 33 for 3 it is now. Basha the batter being dismissed and walks back to the pavilion. Because the new batter did well with the ball, now with the bat to accompany his side. Sometimes these good performances will carry on in the second innings. But for Janaki Raman, it was a bad coming out there with the bat. But unfortunately, he couldn't make it with the bat. But with the ball, he's giving his best on all possible ways, either on the field or with the ball. So far, it's 3 wickets. 2 of them came at mid-off. Change of pace, well played. Good use of wrist as well. Maybe the choice of length was not good. It's a toss delivery. Even if it's change of pace, it can be played well. Continues up to bowl over there, Janaki Raman. 2 to end the over. Much better one this time. Playing some positive cricket out there. Sharan is playing a different brand. That's what it is exactly required. Ponsubash played pretty decently, unfortunately couldn't carry on with that form. And Sharan is playing a good brand of cricket. Rest of the batters were creating a huge mindset shift out there and chasing down this target. This is just a phase. Maybe in 2 to 3 overs, Janaki Raman might be replaced by a different bowler. Then you get the good bowler you're waiting for. Then you can score runs on the board. It's always important to keep your wicket available so that at any point of game you can come back. But instead of that, in that one just simple phase, if you feel the pressure high, you'll start losing your wickets. Shouts from the wicket keeper. Another good over from Janaki Raman coming to an end. 5 gets completed, 35 for 3, and it's a much needed hydration break for Captain's 11. Change of end here, but the attack doesn't change. It's Kishore continues. Slip in position. Third man and D point. A deep passel, definite confirmation that he'll be bowling outside the off stump and in back of length as well. Much better one this is turning out to be. Sharan tends to have good strike rotation approach, positive way to steal runs from these bowlers. It should be communicated well to the other batter as well. They both should communicate with each other, Sharan and Vikas, in terms of rotating the strike. That's what it's expected. Maybe 3 to 4 runs and over. Oh, that's clean bowl. One more onto the cords. And that's the batter who's doing well so far. Is losing his way in the middle. Kishore gets another wicket. Look at that. That seems to be slightly low in bounce as well. Look at that. Definitely it's not bouncing as of expected. Something to expect for the fast bowlers at this point of time in this end. That's 35 for 4. Venkatesh, the new batter. All the fielders of the unit have started speaking about 6 good balls. They mentioned Cornerstone Cricket Academy, because they need 6 more wickets. 6 good balls might fetch them the 6 more wickets. But let's speak a lot about the body language of the batters now in Captain's 11, because it exactly happened in the first innings as well. They lost a wicket in the second ball, and then they lost another wicket to M. Vijay. But what went good was that positive approach towards batting was continued to be there. Even now there is 146 is a very less number of target, but the mindset and the final pressure, big match pressure, is keeping the batters shoulders down, and that is a fearsome approach. Like, even before the bowlers bowling the ball, they were having this defensive approach of not to lose the wicket, or what if we lose the wicket. Look at that. It's not having clear-cut mindset. The bat was not coming confidently. That's because of the mindset shift that what happens if we lose our wicket. Only Pon Subhash tried his best and Sharan did his best. But that's what it is exactly expected. You should not take that pressure on yourself and make the bowlers look big. Now the bowlers are looking very big, both Janagiraman and Kishore. That's because in their imagination, these bowlers were looking like a fearsome bowlers who could pick a few more wickets. But the moment you start attacking these bowlers, you can start leading up the phase of this game, and then eventually taking a positive approach through the next phase. Good batting that is, and good running between the wickets from Venkatesh. Gets up the mark with that single to end the over as well. 6 gets completed, 36 for 4. New bowler into the attack. Prem replacing Janaki Raman. Maybe this is the phase that they should have waited all four batters. Now there is a change of bowler. This bowler might be new. You can have some positive approach against them. You can start attacking them. That's how batting works. Batting is all about having that positive intent. And that's why sometimes Virat Kohli starts off with a boundary on the very first ball of an over, so that the bowler would be put into the back foot. And then you can't see the bowler coming up with upright perfection. Maybe in some instances it may happen. But most of the time it's all about leading up the confidence. There'll always be pressure on the wicket, whether it's onto the batter's head or onto the bowler's head, depending on the way how you approach the game. Leading edge catches the call. And that's taken. One more onto the cards. All the 11 fielders of Cornerstone Cricket Academy are having the same positive attitude. An urge to win the game. The champion mindset is being shown in this catch. No mistakes done. And absolute rewards for that wicket as well. Change of pace. Leading edge was never an easy catch for the mid-on fielder. Hats falling down, but the focus was always on the ball. Exceptional performance. 37 for 5 it is. Vicky Chandran, the new batter, comes into the attack, comes into the crease. I think this is the most important phase where that tempo and that champion attitude should not be released. Sometimes when 80% of game is done, players tends to stay relaxed, and that's when the opposition will take control of the game. That fire should always be there till you win the game. That should be the mindset. Till the winning moment comes in, there shouldn't be any lose in the momentum. There were some misfields we saw early in the second innings. When they started getting couple of wickets, misfields happened. But now it's very important that it's just halfway. The game might even turn out of their control. As long as they think in this way, there won't be much mistakes happening out there. The bowlers can continue picking up wickets. Even the new bowler is starting up with that positive approach. Prem gets the wicket. Janaki Raman got the wicket, and eventually Kishore. That clean bowl was awesome. Onto the stumps. Beautiful shot using his wrist over there. Good stop from the fielder as well. Saves a couple of runs for his side. This is what I mentioned. You should never stay relaxed, because the game is still there for both the sides. As long as you keep controlling those quick singles and twos, you can eventually pull the game onto your hands. Beautiful shot through the covers. Stays relaxed with that strike rotation. I think they can eventually have more attacking field than giving hopes of rotating the strike. Good over coming to an end. 7 gets completed, 41 for 5. Continues to bowl Kishore. It's pretty much similar kind of length, a slight in front of that length, and it went on to the stumps. It was still surprising, and the batter was unlucky as well. Maybe you can give that credits to Kishore as well. Sometimes when you bowl onto the cross seams, it depends on where the ball lands. If it lands on those threads, the grip, you can expect that to bounce. But if it's not that, onto the stumps, and was not given. Surprising, that is. It's very close. But anyway, the on-field umpire will get the clear view. We're having slightly side view on that. But it seems to be like benefit of the doubt goes to the batter anyway. The umpire was right, but it's hitting onto the back foot. Very close. While we're speaking about that bolt, the wicket of Kishore, the last wicket, a back of length delivery hitting the stumps halfway below the height. This sometimes happens when the ball lands on the shiny surface instead of that grip. The ball used to go quick and low. That's why cross seam have two-way approach. You might get that extra bounce or you might get that low bounce when it lands on that surface. Venkatesh must be careful with his footwork. Another one onto the stumps. This seems to be slightly away. This is pretty clear that it can't be given. But he is hustling to get that wicket. He is bowling that extra over. His fourth over it is. Just because of one reason, to get one more wicket before finishing things off. But the previous one was very close than the last one. Much better one. Another good delivery from Kishore. That turning out to be dot ball again. 5 dot balls in a row. That adds more pressure to Venkatesh as well. And he's invading stumps one ball after other. The previous one was supposed to be a clean ball. It's also low kept delivery. Almost invading the stumps. And he defended it somehow. Seems it had some sound over there onto the body of the batter. It had some contact. 41 for 5. That's a maiden from Kishore. Continues out to bowl Prem. They could definitely need more runs to be scored, and most importantly the approach turns completely defensive now, not to lose the wicket, instead of thinking how to chase the target. That's where they got some upper hands here, Cornerstone Cricket Academy. Much better one, invading the stumps, ball after ball. They are invading the stumps. But the fielders were expanded. That's something I cannot understand on the way how it works. Because it's not just about the run rate. It's not just about stopping runs. It's about getting wickets at this point of time. Maybe they can add few more fielders inside the circle as well. Yes, that could stop them from rotating the strike easily. And even some deliveries that goes up in the air. If there are fielders inside the circle, there is a huge possibility that they can take that catch. Couple of dot balls over there, as things got quite good under control. The noise is still there, as they've been trying hard. Fine leg inside the circle now. There is no short mid wicket or short mid on. Easy way to rotate the strike here for the batters. I think they can add one fielder inside the circle. Oh, that got the feather and the fingers going up. Easy pickings for the bowler. This never stops anyway. This time an invited delivery to play through the covers. Venkatesh throws his bat and the sound was clearly evident. Look at that. Soft dismissals that is turning out to be, and Venkatesh straight away walks back to the pavilion. 44 for 6. Pradeep, the new batter, was impressive with the ball today. A couple of extras in this over as well, which was not needed at this point of time. They had in a good control over there. Maybe they can give one more over to Kishore as well, because game is in good control. All they need is some more wickets, maybe 4 more wickets. Rather than trying with new bowlers, they can definitely go with bowlers who picked up a couple of wickets today. He's not doing well, it seems. Prem, cramp or something that is pushing him under pressure. He's walking off the field, Prem. He needs some medical attention. And for that one ball, John Matthew gets the ball to complete his over. But sometimes these kind of changes will also act positive when everything goes well on your way. That's how cricket works. It's more of a psychological approach and confidence factors. Dot ball to end the over. That's 46 for 6. New bowler into the attack, another medium pacer. On the first innings, we've seen spinners doing the job for the side. On the second innings, we're watching fast bowlers damaging the entire side. Heavily impactful performance already. 6 wickets gone. And now new bowler into the attack. Ravi, the new bowler. And straight away making Vicky Chandran. These are the spinners, in fact. Vicky Chandran and Pradeep. Together they picked up 5 wickets with the ball. And they were very impressive with the ball as spinners. But we thought that the condition is supporting the spinners well. But in the new ball, the condition supports the fast bowlers well. They got that early breakthrough and they are carrying forward that with ball after ball. Heavy silence on the dugout here for Captain's 11. Wonderful delivery that is from Ravi. He's carrying forward the same intent that the team had few overs before, while Kishore was bowling, while Janaki Raman was bowling, and while Prem was bowling. He's also aiming to get that wicket. If they get that wicket, they can get closer to the target rather than focusing on dot balls, which is not at all related to the context of this game. Pulls it away, loose ball, and that's been taken in good control over there. And that goes for maximum. Much needed boundary at this point of time, which brings up 50 up here as well for Captain's 11. Look at that. A slow shot delivery onto the body line. Even for a batter who's not in the mind to go for a boundary, this is an invitation. You should anyway have to hit a boundary on this. $50 up here. And just few more runs required. Look at that. The difference is not much to the batting side even. 52 for 6. 94 just required to win the game. The required run rate is 4.59. 123 balls. 94 required to win the game. There is still a possibility for the batting unit as well. But yeah, it's up to the way how they pick wickets in a regular interval of time. A wonderful delivery. Well left by the batter as well, I'll say. Because that had a possibilities of outside edge. And that's the intention for Ravi as well. Positive cricket here from Vicky Chandran. On the other end, he should also get some support over there, so that they can get something to be done over there. Change of pace, well played by the batter. They are also acting slightly desperate to pick another wicket, rather than staying confident and dominating the batters. It's all about following the basics at this point of time. 53 for 6 after 10. Hydration break. Change of bowling. Ganesh Sridharan with the ball. Seems it's gonna be some time for the revolution, but the fear factor comes in only when you have more fielders inside the circle. The champion attitude must be there, because what requires is not even bowler run. So being defensive and having more fielders outside the circle is not gonna pay the way for them. All they have to do is to have more fielders to stop the strike rotation. Then the batters will automatically try going for big shots and lose their way. Maybe mid-wicket inside the circle. That attacking approach must be there. Now while looking at this field, strong call over there. It's been inside edge done. It had hit the batter's pad and then went on to the wicket keeper. While all this happening, the batter somehow managed to got into the crease. But yeah, speaking about the field positioning, at this view, the entire leg side doesn't have any fielder inside the circle. There are so many areas where the strike rotation could be done easily, and the bowler can't set a batter to pick wickets. Oh, wonderful delivery. There is a turn. There is clear-cut turn in this view for Ganesh. Vicky Chandran gets paid for what he have done in the first innings. He done the same to the opposite batters. Now he is facing the same. It's really interesting contest to watch out for. Two good spinners now facing off. Another interesting spinner. But as a batter, the challenge comes in differently. Bit of miscommunication. Hopes things gone well. Just a single over there. Been really good start from Ganesh here. Much better one this time. And there is slips in position as well. That should be kept in mind from the batters. Again, Pradeep turned the ball away from the batter one after other. Now it's coming on to him. A typical off spinner turning the ball. Strong shouts. Wicket keeper was asking for something but not sure for why. Maybe caught behind. Good over from Ganesh coming to an end. It's 54 for 6. Continues up to bowl Ravi, and the wicketkeeper standing closer to the stumps ensures that it is going to be stump to stump and not at all going to be any bouncer or back of length from Ravi, as they're planning to do something else. There are definite pressure over there for both Vicky Chandran and Pradeep. Much better stroke making, slices it to the sweeper cover region, and that goes for single. Attempted Yako straight away. Ganesh continues to bowl. They may be expecting the run out to happen. One LBW call. For that they've been aiming for. But somehow he's playing that positive cricket, Vicky Chandran, to make sure that he's not losing the wicket to this bowler. Now back on strike. The man of recent form scored a couple of boundaries in the previous over. been having some positive intent out there, trying to play it through the covers. And it's the most crucial phase of this game, where this partnership might even take the game forward on a winning angle. Pulls it away. 2 is the call from the batter. Finds the aerial route. Fielder under the ball, and that is taken. One more wicket. After slight small partnership, it's broken. And Ganesh's celebration shows the frustration he had on the batter. Vicky Chandar, the batter, being dismissed. It's slightly flighted delivery, more or less a gift from the bowler to the batter. And he have clearly fallen onto that trap of finding the aerial route and finding one of the safest hands of the side. 65 for 7. Wasim, the new batter, in at number 9. 81 more required. 3 wickets in hand and 1 or 3 balls more to be bowled today. Oh, had some 2 sounds over that extra flighted delivery. The dot ball to end the over. Another good over from Ganesh, coming to an end. 65 for 7. Close delivery. Rishabh Karthik, the new bowler, into the attack, starting off with the dot ball. Might bring up some slips in position as well, as things seems to be quite good under control. Goes on with the dot ball. Couple of dot balls over there. Now Pradeep has to lead this partnership along with Wasim. Much better one. He's not chasing down the target, he's bringing up with the full face of the bat to defend the ball. I don't see much of turn coming on from Rishabh, but he's landing at the right regions. Even if it travels straight, the kind of pace and the kind of flight it has doesn't let the batters to explore much opportunities. Even a small mistake might cost you a wicket. Bit of positive signs over there with the way how he's bowling, Rishabh. Much better one. The length was on control for him to rotate the strike. That brings Wasim back on strike. A new batter didn't have much balls to face. Dot ball to end the over. 66 for 7. Starts off with dot ball. He's been really good today, Ganesh, with the way how he's bowling. Look at the economy. Just conceded 3 runs in 13 balls. And a wicket on his name as well. Good shot that is. Will be getting some single over there. That brings strike back to Wasim. As he was expected to get up the mark as soon as possible. The intent matters a lot. That's what Vicky have also tried to do. He tried to hit a boundary and eventually lost his wicket. You can hit a boundary, but it should be given as an invitation. You could glide it to the fine leg if the ball is a bad ball. But you can't forcefully go for the big shot or aerial route. But this man does it and eventually got the boundary to get up the mark with a single, with a boundary. Wasim Akhdar. This time it's a flighted delivery with a slight bit of fuller length, maybe to trigger the batter. They were also keep on telling that boundary is not there. Everything worked right. Wasim emotionally reacted to that, but the shot selection was proper. And that eventually got the boundary. There are batters, that's why I mentioned in the first innings as well. In this level of cricket in Chennai, club cricket, local cricket or even corporate cricket, there are plenty of batters. Catches the call as it fell short of the fielder. So you can't say that after 6 or 7 wickets you can't expect the bowlers or pure bowlers or even tail enders to come in. All 11 players are batters. Some of them could bowl well as well. That's how things work here. Six runs so far in this over. Trying to test the patience of the bowler. But as long as that is there in the game, the possibilities of wicket will also be there. Dot ball to end the over. 72 for 7. Continues the bowl Rishabh from a different end now. Every 5 overs the end keeps changing. And so far all these ends have favoured them in terms of picking wickets. Now let's see how this end is going to work for them. Interesting batter Wasim Akhdar seems to be a restless batter. Like for some batters, attacking is the best form of defense. He's such a kind of batter. Look at his bottom hand. He's having firm connection with the bat grip. Seems like a hard hitter. And that's clearly evident as the covers fielder. Hope he's okay. Yes, things got quite good under control. Now Rishabh has to stop these batters by picking some wickets in the middle. Things have almost that. Just 3 good balls. All that they need is they can eventually make it happen today. With 72 runs for 7 and 74 more required here for captain's 11. So it's quite good under control with the way how it's going. Beautiful shot that is turning out to be. No chance of single over there. "16 gets completed, 74 for 7. Janagiraman back into the attack. He was the one gave that power play impact with 1 catch and 2 wickets as a bowler. Now the bowl is 4th over and the team is in need of a wicket. Quite good under control with the way how it's going. As they are conceding a couple of singles over there. What matters the most is not to go for boundary. And for a bowler, what matters the most is he'll expect the same batter on strike for all the deliveries he's bowling. But eventually now the first ball went on to be a single. Now we have to bowl to a different batter. In case if this batter Wasim bats for all the 5 deliveries, there is more possibilities that Janagiraman could dismiss the batter. Or maybe if he goes for a couple of boundaries, it's a straight opposite, that Wasim could eventually take the domination. Beautiful defense over there, having some positive cricket here. Even after losing 7 wickets, the batting was still there with captain's 11. They have very good batters in all aspects of the game. Finds the aerial route and the distance as well, goes for a maximum. The bottom hand comes into play. That's why I mentioned attacking is the best form of defense for such batters. Wasim, you can't stop him from finding the aerial route for a long time. Just take back a look at that. Uses the pace of the bat, meets it into the sweet spot, And the range of stroke making is impressive to watch out for. Instead of trying at the deep mid-wicket, he tried it through the covers. Slightly bit positive approach as the partnership starts to grow between Wasim and Pradeep. Both have been into the double-digit scores. Oh, easy pickings for the batter. This time down the fine leg region. Goes for boundary. He's looking out to be pretty confident with the way how he's doing it, Wasim. "61 more required to win the game." Now it's slightly shifting onto the batter's favor. The dynamics of the game. That's why it's always important to have dominance on all the phases of the game. Even in some phases, if you win, look at that. The number doesn't look massive. They can easily win right from here, Captain's 11. Another one slaps it through the covers. Good stop from the mid-off fielder as well. It'll be just a single, but enough damage is done in this over. It's 12 runs already, but even this could be ended with a sweet ending if he gets a wicket. That's what they've been aiming for. One good wicket can turn out to be a sweet ending of this over. Dot ball to end the over. That's 12 runs coming off the over, 86 for 7. Ganesh back into the attack. 3 overs, 9 for 1. Seems Wasim might definitely this is a attack because as I've already said, he can't be stopped away from attacking for a long time. At some point of time, you have to attack. If you know when you can have the domination against such batters. Better one from Ganesh. Not letting the batters to explore much over there. This can be continued as one more dot ball, and that could add more advantage to the bowler to have better bowling. Much better one. This is turning out to be. There is still more possibilities for the partnership could be broken. That's the main reason why they brought in Ganesh into the game. Only given a wide. It's quite good under control so far. Beautiful shot. Excellent stroke making. That is turning out to be Pradeep have got the rhythm. He knows exactly what needs to be done, and that's what he's doing. I still feel, gut feeling says he'll try to attack Wasim. Oh, dropped it. It will be harsh to say it's a drop catch, but that's how it has to be expressed. He didn't even had a fraction of a second to grab it, but yeah, technically an opportunity missed. Look at that. The reaction time is very low. The moment it hit the toes, it eventually drops out from the hands as well. Good try from the fielder anyway. 89 for 7 after 18. Now last 12 overs, 57 just required to win the game. Well ahead of the number of balls to be bowled. Pulls it away, got the connection better. And that eventually goes for boundary as well. Vijay Prabhakaran, the new bowler, straight away starts things off conceding a boundary. Look at that. It's more or less poor choice of bowling. Not the right way of the line and length over there. He must try something else, Vijay Prabhakar. Maybe one good ball of this over from Vijay Prabhakar could eventually change the mood of this game. The short ball over that too is the call from the batter, and they're running back for the second run as well. Quite good running between the wickets. Holding up the momentum now. Captain's 11. Continues out to bowl Vijay Prabhakar. Seems to be a part-timer. Oh, beautiful. Good one that is from Vijay Prabhakar, and well respected by Pradeep as well. He's clearly understood the context of the game. What needs to be done. What is required at the time of the moment. Pulls it away. Will be just a single over there. 96 for 7. 7 runs off this Vijay Prabhakaran over. That's a good comeback after conceding a boundary on the first ball. Now Wasim back on strike. Catches the call. It fell short of the fielders. Will be just a single. Wasim will be keeping the strike back for the next over. That's 97 for 7. Leading edge. Starting off with a dot ball. I think intentionally he's acting defensive against Ganesh. We've seen him attacking Janaki Raman, and we've seen him trying to attack Vijay Prabhakaran as well. Through the covers, beautiful shot, pick up the gap as well, and that eventually goes for boundary. Wasim Akhtar is now bringing up the hope for the game. 100 up here with that boundary as well for captain's 11. This is beautiful shot, grounded shot, and there was a deep extra cover and long off in position. Still, it's been able to beat the boundary. Boundary on the second ball. Every over has a boundary on either one or the first three of the ball. Still having slips in position that shows the positive intent that the captain is having, because all they require is just 3 good balls. Even if they pick 1 wicket, they could eventually come into the game and then they could stop the batter from scoring runs on the board. Much better one. One thing that's clearly evident is that he's not that good at back foot. When it's closely aligned and you can't come for forward and you can't comfortably go behind, that's where Wasim is struggling. But this back foot is easy for any batter. You should have to stand and deliver. Maybe that's the area where they can work on the previous delivery. He's not immediately shifting up his footwork at the last moment of the ball being landed. Much better one, that is from Pradeep. In fact, Pradeep have been one of the crucial factors of this chase so far, keeping the game alive, keeping the hopes alive. Oh, this time that hope might go, but no signs from the wicketkeeper. The leg umpire. Wicketkeeper was very confident that it is out, but maybe the foot was landed clearly. This is that we've been speaking about. Seems the foot is still on ground as per the last vision. 1 or 2 for 7 after 20. Now Kishore back into the attack. 4 overs, 9 for 2. That's the need of an hour as well. You need to pick the best bowlers out there to stop the batters from scoring runs on the board. And this man is turning out to be dangerous, Wasim Akhdar. Long on in position, deep fine leg in position. The rest of the leg side is kept empty at the boundary ropes. So one swing on the leg side can fetch you some runs. That's how the situation now. Oh, edged! And that eventually put down by the wicketkeeper. Not an easy one, let's be very honest. Even the situation demands the wicket. It's not an easy catch to take. If there is a slip in position, that could have been taken. Hope he's okay. Look at that. It's not that easy. Look at that. It hit the glove and went to the third man. But they're somehow close to the winning margins. Is it a little late to bring in Kishore onto the game? Maybe at the time when Janagiraman got punished, they could have brought in Kishore, but they intentionally bringing Kishore in this particular end. Maybe there might be some reason behind this. Squeezes to the third man region, and that eventually turns out to be a good stop from the fielder. Will be just a single. Both the sides were giving their 100% at their final moment of this game, as things might turn on to any team's favor. Hammers to the point direction, sweeper cover chases down. Another good stop from the fielder, will be just a single. Pretty closer to the stump. Slight change in the pace from Kishore, as usually alters the length, one back of length and one fuller length. That's how the Ponsubash wicket was taken. Much better one with its strike rotation. Yes, it's quite good under control. Swings and misses out, couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. Yes, it's quite good under control. 106 for 7 after 21. Rishabh back into the attack. Not much expensive, just 3 runs on his 2 overs. But the wicket column is yet to be filled down. And they're slowly getting closer to the required runs by maintaining the same run rate of 4.42. 39 just required to win the game. Of the next 53 balls. Balls doesn't count here, as They are way ahead of the number of balls required to win the game. Through the sweeper cover region, catches the call. But it's landing in the no man's area and comfortably reaching out the sweeper cover fielder for single. Bit of positive approach out there from Wasim Akhtar. He's choosing the right bowlers, picking the right areas to score runs on the board, not every time swinging your bat. I think that's where the strategy comes in. You have techniques, you know how to hit the ball, but what matters the most is the thought process of shot selection, and the choice and decision making is making the batter unique from the others. And that note, Wasim have been quite impressive today, along with Pradeep as well. 110 for 7 after 22. Back into the attack. Ganesh Sridharan to bowl his last over. As things are quite good under control. Wasim is sitting in the driver's seat, leading his side to the winning margin. Short ball offered. That's been controlled over there for single. Catches the call. As the fielder chases down, will be just a single. Good shot selection from Wasim. That is selecting areas and regions precisely to get runs on the board. The fielding standards have been quite good here from Cornerstone Cricket Academy to not let the batters take runs easily. Much better one from Pradeep. He's playing impressive today. On one hand, we've been good stop from the wicketkeeper as well. We've been speaking about Wasim's attacking intent, but Pradeep is actually setting up the anchor role over there. He's acting as the baseman for this chase. 50 runs together. He has 27 runs on that. And even before that, he was been there for the side. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the connection that he's looking for. Dot ball to end the over. 1 on 5 for 7. Continues to bowl Rishabh. As he's trying to keep things under control over there. Pulls it away, and there is a man in deep anyway. Will be just a single. This might even change at any point of time, even if just 10 or 12 required to win the game. If one wicket falls down, the rest of the batters will feel the pressure. All they require is that one wicket. On the other hand, there is a reason why the batters kept being defensive, both Pradeep and Wasim, as run rate is quite good in control, and all it requires is these two batters to be available till the winning moment. And that's why these poor shot selections were not being done. Good stop from the fielder through the covers, saving 3 runs for his side. And on the other hand, here Cornerstone Cricket Academy is not leaving any single run easily for the batting unit. Good stop from the fielder. In fact, Rishabh showing his soccer skills. Hope he's okay. As it is turning out to be just a single, moving to his 30s. Wasim. It just requires 28 more runs required to win the game. A couple of boundaries here and there can take them closer to the winning margin rather than delaying the process. Oh, that's unfortunate. Unexpected misfield costed them a boundary. The same fielder saved a boundary through the covers. This time it went out of his control. Look at that. It's not too far from him comparing to the cover stop. This is where the game might get out of your control. 24 required to win the game in 37 balls. Swings and got the connection. Poor Wyatt get the single over there to end the over. Will be keeping the strike back for next over as well. 123 for 7. .123 for 7. 23 of 36 balls required to win the game, with Kishore to bowl his last over. Through the covers will be just a single. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the connection. Maybe he can try onto the stump line. It's still low kept comparing to the new ball stage. There may be chances it's hitting onto the stumps, exactly how it happened in the initial phase of the game as well to Kishore. That's why when a bowler is so desperate on wickets, the batter clearly knows that the only intention of a bowler is to get that wicket. And they'll not give that easily to the bowler. Then you should make the batter to think of a different thing, or maybe tempt the batter to go for some shots and then try picking wickets. That's how it works. It is turning out to be a couple of dot balls as well. Much better one from Kishore, intended Yorker, and that eventually turned out to be the Yorker as well. Strong shouts from the wicketkeeper, and the fingers gone up as well. Finally, Kishore got some breakthrough in the last ball of his spell today. Pradeep, the batter, being dismissed. We're a little unsure on whether it's a wicket or not, but that's a great fight from Pradeep before being dismissed, and the great fight from Kishore as well. One last delivery and eventually made it possible. Third wicket for him. Overall, it's 8 down now, 124 runs. Back into the attack, Janagiraman. 3 good overs and 1 went out of his control. The same man is still on strike, Wasim Akhdar. This time Janagiraman bowling round the wicket. Long off in place. Extra covers in deep mid wicket, long on. And there is third man as well. Last 30 balls, 22 runs required to win the game. Swings and got the connection better. as it is turning out to be just a single. Just onto the back foot. Chance for the second run as well. And they're satisfied with the single as Wasim Akhdar wanted the strike back. Got off the mark with that single as well. Ranjit Shanmugam. Just 20 runs required. In fact, just 3 shots away to get closer to the winning runs. Maybe change of pace might also be expected. That's what he's trying. But eventually Wasim Akhdar somehow managed to get out of it. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. And he's intending to play it onto the leg side, it seems, Ranjit Shanmugam. That's pretty close though. 1 or 2 good balls might eventually keep things out. Field positionings were being made to avoid strike rotation. Beautiful shot that is. A wristy one down the square leg region. 2 is the call. And Wasim is not interested to go for the second run. That's quite shocking to see, as he is expecting to take the strike back. Single to end the over. Just 18 more runs required to win the game. .128 for 8. Swings and misses out, couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. He'll be aiming to rotate the strike anyhow. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's a misfield that eventually gives strike back to Wasim. which is not expected at this point of time. Goes over the bowler's head, catches the call as both long off and long on chasing down. Will be just a single. They're not going for the second run. Quite surprising to see with the way how Wasim approaches this game. What if the other batter loses his wicket? That mindset must be there. Will be another dot ball over there as Ranjit Shanmugam is playing conscious cricket, not finding it in the aerial route. Oh, that's strong shouts. That's on top of stumps as well. Just 2 runs coming off this over. Now the dot ball to end the over. That's 1-3-0 for 8. Janaki Raman to bowl his last over. (16 of 18 required to win the game, with Wasim being the set batter. 40 runs of 38 runs. The expectations lies on to his performance today. He was absolutely good today right from the beginning, but these crucial runs matters the most now. Oh, that's almost closer to the stumps, but was not hitting onto it. Attempted Yorker from Janaki Raman. Maybe they can try bowling some bouncers as well, but that's not possible now. They have short third man and short fine leg. Nobody is in the deep behind. And as of now, the way how Wasim Akbar played, it's more or less in V and slightly on the square regions. He's not much of a cross batter towards point or square leg or fine leg region. Catches the call. And it fell short of the fielder. Will be just a single. So maybe they can test his back foot. They can bowl a bit of back of length or short ball. Quite good under control with the way how it's going, Janaki Raman. As it is quite good under control. All they need is, especially this wicket, the big fish that could eventually transform the game on their hands. Slaps it through the covers and fielder on deep chases down, but it eventually goes for boundary. Moves to 45. Change of pace from Janaki Raman, but that was well read by Wasim. Now 10 runs required of 14 balls and 2 wickets in hands. Whoever gonna make it happen can do that. This time down the ground. And long on chases down as well. Will be just a single. Good stop from the fielder. Just 9 required to win the game. Dot ball to end the over. 137 for 8. Couldn't get the control that he is looking for. Continues to bowl Rishabh. 9 required of 11 balls. Finds the aerial route, catches the call. Oh, that's put down. Tried his best, but eventually turns out to be just a single. Oh, this is very unfortunate. He got the ball and eventually puts it down, thinking that he is gonna land onto the boundary ropes. Controlling themselves with that singles as well. Slams it through the covers. As the fielder chases down the ball, will be just a single. Now just one shot away right from here. A 6 to win the game. Another dot ball over that. This might be a pressure intensing situation at this point of time. Seems one more to be bowled on. That's up in the air. It will be just a single over there. Single to end the over. Now 5 runs required of the last over. Now into the last over. Ravi is the new bowler. In fact, he's back into the attack. 5 runs to win the game, and the most crucial thing is Wasim is not on strike. Good shot over that to the long off region. That brings strike back to Wasim as well, who's in 48 now. 4 required of last 5 balls. It's just a misfield over there for single. Now 3 needed of 4 balls. Cheeky single over there. And that turns out to be run out call, and the fingers going up. Finally, the wicket that they are looking for happened over there. Wasim has lost his wicket for 49 runs. This is a really good innings from him. Tried well for his side, but this one, in fact, he was not able to run as well. He's been here for a very long time. Look at that. That's an excellent throw as well. If that wasn't a throw, it would have not been a run out. 3 of 3 balls to win the game, with M. Vijay the last batter into the crease. finds the aerial route, catches the call. Fielder walks in. And that's taken. Look at the celebration. What a match it is. A wonderful final turning out to be a dramatic end. And that ends in favor of the Cornerstone Cricket Academy. Exceptional performance that is turning out to be. It's fully a roller coaster ride of a game. Initially, it's supposed to be the game of Captain's 11 when the target was set on 146. But after that power play, it went on to be 37 for 5 and 44 for 6. Things have changed completely. We thought that Captain's 11 are going to lose this game. Once that partnership came in, Pradeep and Wasim Akhtar changed the perspective, turned the pages towards a winning momentum. But eventually, look at this end. It came closer. For a moment, everyone thought that Captain's 11 are going to make it. 2 crucial wickets on the last over. Kudos to Ravi for his fantastic work at the final moment of the game to make it happen. And that catch taken by Janaki Raman under pressure have been turning out to be crucial. End of the day, it's Cornerstone Cricket Academy have handled the pressure really well, and they've eventually made it possible to win this tournament. Super 30 Champions Trophy season number 10. The champions are Cornerstone Cricket Academy. Not just an easy task. The same team have beaten them up in the league phase. Now they have beaten them and proving that they could be able to do anything on a big stage. Ended up in the third position in the points table, but eventually made out to be the champion of the tournament. Congratulations to Cornerstone Cricket Academy, and that was a very good fight from Captain's 11 as well. Wonderful season for both the sides. Congrats to both of them. But eventually, the winners of this tournament are Cornerstone Cricket Academy. Join us in the post-match presentation. Thank you so much.